Howdy, I'm Maddie. Welcome to stream. Uh, really quickly, before we move on to Kerbal Space Program, I drew this. Yippee! It's a gun. Uh, yeah. I showed this off on the Discord already, but I'm quite happy with it. It's another ship bucket, SHIP bucket, drawing. Part of that collective art style, pixel art community thing. And this is my first drawing in pistol bucket scale, which is every 500 pixels equals 1 meter. Uh, Previously, I've done a lot of drawings in gun bucket scale, which is every 20 pixels is 1 inch, so it's a bit over double the size of this scale. So it was nice working on a scale that's much smaller, easier to work with, a lot faster to do. This only took me 2 days instead of the usual week plus. So that was nice. Yeah, this is the Winchester lightweight military rifle, which is a prototype from the late 1950s for the U.S. military. It competed against early AR-15s in the U.S. Army trials, and yeah, it's just a neat little carbine. I've always thought it was a cool gun, and I wanted to draw it, so I did. If you want to see the full quality image, you can check it on the Discord. I posted it in a couple different servers and like art channels, and it's on my own also. And I don't know, maybe I'll post it elsewhere on the internet at some point. I should post my art elsewhere on the internet in general, but that's not gonna happen because I'm lazy and no other reason. But yeah, that out of the way. We'll be talking about that thing more later on, anyways. Um, but for now, it's time for. Oh, hold on. Mhm. There we go. We have a presentation to give to recap the events of the previous KSP streams. So, every couple of streams, usually every 3 KSP streams, I like to give a little recap. So people who missed previous streams, don't have time to watch everything, still want to keep up with what's been happening, can just watch the little recaps uploaded on YouTube or as Twitch highlights and get a full history of what we've been up to. So we'll start off with that. All right. Howdy. I'm Matilda Whitetail, director and lead designer at Dear Cosmos. Welcome to another chronological recap of recent space missions by the Union of Soviet Capitalist Republics. As usual, we will also cover events from our rivals, the Allied Territorial Federation, when relevant. The number of historic events recently has been staggering, so today's presentation is our longest yet. Starting off, the ATF's Seafarer 2 probe became the first Kerbal-made object to fly by our starward neighbor, Eve. It even briefly dipped into the planet's atmosphere before coasting back out to space. It launched during the last Eve transfer window atop a Catalyst rocket for its first stage and a modified Centauri upper stage. The probe was equipped with radiometers to measure the atmosphere without entering it, as Seafarer 2 was originally planned to only come within 120 kilometers of Eve. However, the second stage correction burn fired slightly longer than intended, and the periapsis was lowered to 89 kilometers. When it activated the radiometers, some believed they had malfunctioned, as they showed atmospheric pressures far exceeding predictions. But when the probe passed through the atmosphere, it experienced heating and drag consistent with the pressures it recorded. It appears Eve's atmosphere is much thicker than previously believed. Seafarer 2 was a monumental first for interplanetary exploration, and plans for our own Eve flyby are now being altered to involve an intentional atmospheric entry and possibly even a landing attempt. Howdy Potato, welcome to the stream. Minhart 11 was launched with the same flight profile as Minhart 8, discussed last time. It performed a flyby of Minmus, conducting some experiments, and returned to the surface of Kerbal. While Minhart 8 was still considered a success, its partial break apart during the entry left half of its experiments destroyed before they could be recovered. Minhart 11 featured a redesigned return module that was more compact to be better protected by the heat shield. Despite being smaller, the new camera suite also added an infrared camera in addition to the visible and ultraviolet spectrums. With Minhart 11 safely splashing down off the western shore, completely intact, plans are being made to launch a similar mission in the future that will capture into an actual orbit of Minmus for more targeted experiments before returning. As discussed in the last report, the ATF's recent test launch of their Phobos command module, a craft intended to carry 3 Kerbals to the moons. Their test was only in low Kerbal orbit, as, like us, they do not yet have a lift vehicle strong enough to carry it all the way to the moons. Still, this test brought the ATF ahead of us in the race to land Kerbals on the moons as far as the public could see. In response, we conducted a low Kerbal orbit test of our own equivalent vessel, based on the Stato OVA, or Orbital Vessel Active. The new Stato LOV, or Lunar Orbital Vessel, has been modified to carry 2 Kerbals to the moons and back. Much like the Phobos command module, it is intended to remain in orbit of either moon, while a separate vessel detaches to perform the landing. The lander will then fly back so the crew can reunite in the LOV and then fly home without the lander craft. Compared to the Stato OVA used in previous Stato missions, the LOV features several changes. The fuel tanks have been expanded, the antennas rearranged, and an external handrail has been added. The solar panels have been removed and replaced with a fuel cell to ensure power can be generated even in complete shadow. And lastly, the docking system has been redesigned. Unlike the docking ports on the Stato OVA and OVP, the passive variant of the OVA, the LOV and its lander's docking ports will not allow crew transfer. This reduces weight and simplifies the docking mechanism, but will require a short spacewalk to transfer crew between them. An acceptable trade-off with weight at a premium. The first Stato LOV launched on a ROG 5B, as Stato 4 and as Stato 4. And going forward, no more Statos will launch on the pre-B ROG 5. Unlike the ATF's Phobos, our vessel is light enough that a new, more powerful lift vehicle wasn't necessary. And because the LOV is based on the Stato and launched on a ROG 5, both well proven, we did not need to perform an unmanned test first like the ATF did. Indeed, Stato 4 launched a day after Phobos 2 launched with the crew on board. The fact the LOV is such a close development of the OBA is largely why we hadn't tested it up to this point. While the test would need to be done eventually, it was mostly seen as a formality rather than a real test. All of the mission-critical components had already proven reliable before, so the final test in low Kerbal orbit was pushed down the road to occur once the super heavy lift vehicle was ready. The only reason the test was instead performed now was due to the public perception that we had fallen behind. In the future, we will not allow such a perception to catch on again, and test flights will not be postponed solely for convenience. Stato 4 flew without any problems, tested all of its systems in orbit, and safely returned both Kerbals on board. The ATF made another reveal recently, although less televised. Their new interceptor jet, the F-601 Sharp Spear, has been spotted by our Ru-1B spy planes. Indeed, the Sharp Spear comes much closer to shooting down our spy planes than their last interceptors, although they are still only able to reach us in a ballistic arc, and cannot maintain a high enough altitude to follow. Still, our pilots will have to be more careful, and flight plans will need to be more carefully considered. In Vietnam, the ATF have begun fielding a new infantry rifle, designated the XM-15, and designed by the Oliver Repeating Arms Company. The rifle is largely a copy of their current main infantry rifle, the M14. It has a traditional wood stock, a 20-round aluminum detachable magazine, and is select fire. It differs by having a simplified gas system, a slightly shorter 508mm barrel, and most prominently, the entire rifle is scaled down to fire a new intermediate rifle cartridge, and is 1.27 kilograms lighter, at 2.9 kilograms unloaded. The new cartridge, shown in the middle here, has a 5.56mm projectile and a 45mm case. Compared to the M14's cartridge, shown at the bottom, which has a 7.62mm projectile and a 51mm case length. The new cartridge and rifle seem to be a response to UCCR-made AG-52 rifles in use by the North Vietnamese forces. Comparing the ATF cartridge to the cartridge used in our AG-52, shown on the top here with a 7.62mm projectile and 39mm case length, you can see that they are of close overall size. The ATF cartridge has a noticeably smaller projectile, however, and produces a much higher muzzle velocity from an equivalent length barrel. So far, the XM15 seems to be in an extensive field trial stage, undergoing testing across all branches of the ATF's armed forces in Vietnam. It seems the intent is to supplement the M14 rather than fully replace it. Its light recoil allowing for much more controllable automatic fire in the close engagement distances of the jungle, while the M14 continues to be used for long-range accuracy and single-shot power. Of course, retaining the M14 will likely be a detriment to them in the long run. Even outside the jungle, our studies have shown engagement distances beyond 300 meters are increasingly rare. Still, it seems they have begun catching up to our rifleman doctrine focused around intermediate rifles within that distance. A small number of XM15s and their ammunition have been captured and sent to the UCCR for study. The small caliber, high velocity ammunition is of particular interest for its low recoil and flatter trajectory. The ROG-8 ICBM has continued development. The first test flight was flown south over the Atlantic Ocean and tested both distance and accuracy. On the first stage, one of the three dual-nozzle engines and one of the Werner engines failed, but thanks to its redundant design, the stage still carried the missile out of the atmosphere. But then, the main engine of the second stage also failed. Again, the missile proved resilient, as the 4 Werner engines alone were enough to propel the dummy payload into a ballistic trajectory to hit its target, with only a minor correction burn from the re-entry vehicle. While the reentry vehicle had issues with stability during reentry and flipped over, it still survived and impacted the Atlantic Ocean on target. Having proved successful, a test with a live warhead was authorized. The flight path called for flying north to the Siberian tundra, where the detonation could be observed and measured. This meant flying over populated areas of the UCCR. For the safety of the people, an abort system was added to the test ROG-8. In the event anything went wrong, the warhead would be disarmed, jettisoned from the missile, and parachuted safely to the surface for recovery. This feature will, of course, not be present on any actual production ROG-8s, as we do not want an abort system that could be hacked by the enemy. The flight had 0 engine failures and flew perfectly up until reentry. Like the previous test, the reentry vehicle flipped over, but this time it burned up in the atmosphere. For the third test, additional RCS thrusters were added to keep the reentry vehicle stable. But a fault in the fuel lines prevented them from firing, and again it flipped and burned up. On the fourth test, the fault in the RCS was fixed. The reentry vehicle remained stable, and the 12 megaton payload successfully detonated at the target site in Siberia. At long last, the ROG-8 was ready, and the design was handed over to contractors to be mass-produced for the military. The contract payout was then directly put into the Munosled and Minsled programs. In another response to the ATF's, this time non-military rockets, we developed our first heavy-lift launch vehicle, the DR-500. Aiming to achieve a similar capability as their Sarnas 1B, the DR-500 will be able to launch larger landers and rovers to the surface of the moons, large satellites to lunar orbit, satellites to high Kerbal orbit, and even a manned capsule on a flyby of the moon, though it will not have enough to carry a lander. The first launch, Stato-5, carried a Stato LOV and was intended to be an unmanned test to send the vessel around the moon and back to Kerbal. Unfortunately, one of the engines in the first stage failed and shut down quickly after takeoff. The offset thrust from these side-mounted engines made the tilt impossible to recover from. The abort system activated and successfully pulled the empty capsule away to safety, and where it opened its parachute. It did not, however, shut down the engines. The DR-500 was almost completely destroyed, as the fuel tanks detonated on impact with the ground. While only 15 to 20% of the fuel actually detonated, the resulting explosion was estimated to be equivalent to approximately 8 to 13 tons of TNT. This makes it the largest accidental spaceflight-related explosion to date. Nevertheless, testing the DR-500 would continue. Hi, Batva. Welcome in. Minkopita 1 was to be the second launch of the DR-500, and was intended to carry our first rover to Minmus. Unfortunately, it too experienced a first-stage engine failure. This time, the abort system had been revised and was able to shut down the remaining engines. Most of the second stage was intact, as much less of the fuel exploded this time. Miraculously, despite no launch escape system being fitted, the rover itself survived completely unscathed. A full examination was done by our engineers, and no significant damage of any kind was found. Still, the decision was made to play it safe, and an entire new rover would be constructed. Minkopita 1 would instead be donated to the National Cosmonautics Museum. Munosled 1 would be a second attempt at Stato-5's mission, now under the name of our Manned Moon Landing Program. Between this and the last DR-500 launch, a test bed had been used to gather data on the performance and failures of the lifter's engines. Unfortunately, the anchors securing the engines failed while the test bed was firing, and it was subsequently destroyed before the test could be concluded. Not wanting to delay the next launch, Munosled 1 was given the go-ahead, with adjustments made to the engines based on the results of the partial test. The first stage experienced no problems, but one of the 4 second-stage engines failed and shut down. Despite this, thanks to all of the DR-500's engines having 360-degree gimbaling, the second stage was still able to complete its burn. once outside the atmosphere, the engine opposite of the one that had failed was shut down to regain symmetrical thrust. The second stage was able to carry the uncrewed Stato LOV to the Moon and capture into an orbit. After completing a few orbits, the second stage was set on a collision course with the Moon, and the Stato's own engine was used to transfer back into a Kerbal orbit. However, the Stato's engine failed while burning to escape the Moon's sphere of influence. Normally, an engineer on board could easily be able to fix this. However, since this was an unmanned test flight, there was no crew on board to perform said fix. Instead, the Stato completed the burn using its RCS thrusters. This meant it would be burning with less fuel efficiency than originally planned for, but the flight path was to remain unaltered for the purposes of the test. On the eventual manned mission, the plan is for the Stato to capture back into orbit around Kerbal, rather than capture into a direct descent. While this is less fuel efficient, it allows the craft to easily choose its landing position, important for ensuring the crew don't land in hostile territory. The low thrust of the RCS meant the burn to lower the apoapsis around Kerbal had to be split over multiple orbits, but the vessel was able to reach a slightly eccentric, low orbit before running out of fuel. Another attempt to land a rover on Minmus, Minkapita 2, launched on another DR-500. The faults with the first stage having been thoroughly solved, and the success of the lift vehicle side of Munosled 1 led to confidence that this launch would go smoothly. Unfortunately, 3 of the 4 second-stage engines failed back-to-back, making recovery impossible. The vessel subsequently crashed into the Atlantic Ocean. The goal of Stato 6 was to refuel and deorbit Munosled 1, as it would otherwise remain in orbit as space debris. Veteran crew Valentina Kerman and Bill Kerman were sent up and attempted to rendezvous with the empty Stato LOV. While unable to dock due to the different docking ports, they would still be able to station keep alongside the vessel and refuel it with a flexible hose. But, due to Munosled 1's eccentric orbit from running out of fuel before it could finish circularizing, the rendezvous was more difficult than expected, and refueling had to be aborted as Stato 6 ran dangerously low themselves. In the end, Stato 6 actually ran out of fuel just shy of re-entering the atmosphere. Not wanting to wait for a rescue craft for what was already essentially a rescue craft, the crew elected to perform a daring maneuver. Going on EVA, Bill Kerman used his entire jetpack's fuel, then reboarded to swap out his pack for Valentina's, and used all of its fuel, all while pushing the Stato. While it was just enough thrust to deorbit, the approach was much shallower than standard. This, compounded with a miscalculation in the improvised return, meant that after jettisoning the orbital and surface modules to burn up, the return capsule was found to be going at a greatly undershot trajectory, instead landing in the east of the ATF. Immediately, a rescue was put into motion. The Ru-1B, still configured for research use at the KSC, had its scientific equipment removed, and an improvised 2-seat passenger space installed in the compartment. Bill and Valentina would exit the Stato and evade capture for just a few hours until the plane could finish being modified, fly over, and land to rescue them. It was the only Servid plane to ever fly deep into ATF airspace without being shot down, as it was. It, of course, had never attempted to land in the hostile territory, but it was our only shot. We could only hope that attempting to land would be so brazen that they wouldn't be prepared for it. Sadly, trying to avoid interception, the modified Ru-1B came into land on unpaved flat area too fast. While the drogue chutes deployed, they were not enough to prevent the front landing gear from giving away, and the cockpit collided with the ground at high speed, killing the pilot. Bill and Valentina were waiting nearby the crash, and were ultimately captured by ATF authorities. Elirik Kerman was the pilot who bravely volunteered to fly the Ru-1B for the rescue mission. She knew the immense risk of the mission and chose to fly in spite of it. She was a highly skilled pilot in the Servid Air Force before joining Dear Cosmos, and was a friend to all in the program. she will be dearly missed. For her heroic final actions, she has been posthumously awarded a Medal of Bravery and a Medal of Heroism. Rest in peace, Elric Kerbal. Following their capture, negotiations began for the return of Bill and Valentina. The ATF's representative claimed that under normal circumstances, their official policy had always been that any cosmonauts that landed in the ATF would be treated well and returned to the UCCR promptly, but that the spy plane we crashed into the land was making that process difficult. Officially, these were still two separate matters, but they demanded the return of their spy, Sarah Kerman, as recompense for the plane crash, and they would conveniently give us back our cosmonauts at the same time and place. Sarah Kerman was transferred from her cell in Siberia and flown to the friendly nation of Kolska. After landing, she was loaded into a car and driven to the Kolska-Koichland border. There, the car met up with a van from Koichland, and the prisoners were exchanged. Bill and Valentina appeared to be unharmed and still in their spacesuits. They were quickly debriefed at the airport before being flown back home in comfort. All in all, not a terrible trade, losing one enemy spy to get back two of our most experienced cosmonauts. Following these events, Thompson-Kerman was also officially returned to service, as the CGB is convinced at this point that his cover had not been blown. Stato 7 was a Stato OVA specifically modified to deorbit Munosled 1. It used the already extended fuel tanks of the Stato LOV and added an additional small tank to be used exclusively to refuel Munosled. It also featured the female docking port designed to be used on the Munosled lander. This way, the modified Stato could actually dock with the LOV for easier EVA work. This mission was engineer Kerbal Kerman's first flight and EVA. She had been undergoing training in water pools up to this point, and with Bill still on some time off after the Stato 6 ordeal, it was her time to fly. Kerbal and Thompson were able to successfully rendezvous with Munosled 1 and dock. From there, Kerbal was able to connect a hose and refueled the stranded vessel. It was decided not to bother wasting the spare parts repairing the LOV's engine, since it was destined to burn up in the atmosphere anyways. After being filled with fuel, the hose was disconnected, the LOV remotely deorbited with its RCS thrusters. With no crew on board, it was aimed to land in an uninhabited area, and the parachute wasn't deployed, so the capsule would be destroyed on impact. Kerbal and Thompson then returned home safely in Stato 7. Drink real quick. Megapizza 3 marked the first launch of a DR500 with 0 faults. The first stage performed flawlessly, and the second stage carried the rover into orbit and then all the way to Midmas. While enough fuel was brought in the second stage to allow for a complete capture into Midmas orbit, a more direct landing approach was chosen, and the stage was used for the majority of that descent. This meant the actual descent stage had far more fuel than needed to safely complete the landing, and could potentially be used to refuel other craft that land near it in the future, although no plans to use this extra fuel or how it would be transferred exist currently. Landing near the North Pole, the rover rolled off the lander and performed its full suite of experiments on the minty surface. It then began driving south to perform another round of experiments in the nearby Midlands, but unfortunately the solar array failed, and the rover lost power before being able to reach its second destination. Its second and third mission objectives would have to be completed by another rover. With the Ru-1B that crashed nearly intact in ATF territory, it's only a matter of time before they reverse engineer it, and, more pressingly, learn how to shoot it down. As such, development has begun on a new spy plane capable of flying higher and faster. For the Ru-2 JSR, or Jet Strategic Reconnaissance, the fuselage had been designed as a lifting body to make up for smaller wings, providing more lift with less drag. The entire airframe is significantly larger than the Ru-1, allowing for a much greater cargo capacity. The extended cargo bay can be used to carry either much more scientific equipment, a passenger module for up to 6 Kerbals, or even tactical or strategic level bombs. The latter capability has prompted extra interest from the Air Force already. It's intended to use 2 new hypersonic-capable engines mounted on its wingtips, but they are not yet ready. For now, the Ru-2A variant uses 2 Ru-1 engines, and is being used to test the rest of the plane's functions. Already, the increased thrust from 2 engines, even with the increased weight of the airframe, allow the JSR to climb much faster and more aggressively. The current maximum practical altitude is only a little higher than the Ru-1, being 11 kilometers, but with the new engines, it is expected to fly much higher. In its first test flight, Thompson Kerman and Bob Kerman were able to reach the Ru-1's max speed at only 75% throttle. For safety, higher speed tests had been held off until the new engine pods are ready and the plane can reach a higher altitude with lower air resistance. Surprisingly, even with these precautions, after flying 3/4 of the distance to Concau, the engine pods caught fire, and Thompson was forced to perform an emergency landing off the shore of Kiat Nam. Our engineers believe the temporary air intakes allowed more heat to build up in the engines than expected. Going forward, an automatic fire suppression system has been installed in each pod, and the max testing speed further reduced. On its second flight, Valentina Kerman and Anbro Kerman were able to complete the flight across the Atlantic Ocean and took some measurements with the onboard scientific equipment before one of the engines had a failure and shut down. Unable to maintain stable flight on a single engine due to how far apart they are spaced, Valentina was forced to land in a neutral nation. While not ideal, with some negotiations and payments, we were able to secure a safe and hopefully discreet return of the crew and craft. Minkapita 4 successfully touched down on Minmus icy flats only 1.8 kilometers away from Minhart 7. Again, using a direct landing approach, the rover performed all of its experiments in the biome, and, after briefly driving over to investigate the old capsized lander, drove over to the temperature fluctuations Minkapita 3 was sent to investigate as its third objective. While one of the new auxiliary solar panels broke off, the main solar array and second auxiliary panel remained fully functional. Minkapita 4 was able to move along the icy surface and make several measurements, finding the source of the fluctuations. It then drove to the nearby Midlands to complete Minkapita 3's second measurement objective, and is now awaiting further orders. Minkapita 4 is expected to provide utility on Minmus for a long time. The EATF beat us to another interplanetary probe first. Seafarer 4 was the first Kerbal-made object to fly past Duna. It launched using the same lifter configuration as previous Seafarer probes and reached a Duna periapsis just under 119,000 kilometers. This time, the probe was equipped with a camera and took several photos as it approached, 2 of which could be seen here, as the artist's representation on the left used one of Seafarer 4's more distant photos for the background. The probe was equipped again with equipment to remotely measure the planet's atmosphere, this time using radio occultation to measure signals sent by the probe while the atmosphere was between it and the ATF's relays around Kerbal. Duna was measured having an atmospheric pressure consistent with long prevailing estimates. While thinner than Kerbin's atmosphere, Duna's is still thick enough for liquid water to potentially form on the surface, and for future lift-generating craft to be able to glide or fly above the red surface. Geocosmos currently has no intentions for a competing Duna probe program. However, some plans are being drafted in the event this becomes a higher priority. Lastly, the ATF have begun flying a new jet fighter bomber in the sky above Kiat Nam. This plane, designated the F-40 Opera II, has an airframe larger for its type, 2 powerful new engines, and an advanced radar in the nose. It features no guns, and instead relies solely on a large array of missiles for air-to-air combat. Its several underside pylons can hold a combination of heat-seeking missiles, radar-guided missiles, and air-to-ground bombs, making it a very well-armed and versatile craft. It is able to outspeed and climb both their previous fighter, the F-68, and our current fighter, the Ol-3. While our jets remain more maneuverable, Their speed and heavy armaments still make them a big threat, and something of similar capability will need to be developed for our Air Force and our allies. Now for the world map. The front line in Vietnam has stagnated, the ATF's new rifle and planes proving effective at halting our advances. Although the South has failed to make any advances of their own. No, that's a typo. I should say, although the North has failed to make any advances of their own. It seems the tide could be tipped in either side's favor. Public opinion of the war has begun to sour in the ATF as more and more Kerbals are drafted and killed in combat. Recently, their government has begun cracking down on the televised reporting of the war, prompting even further backlash. It's possible the Federalist government will be forced to dial back their involvement of the war if things continue. Finally, we have our updated goals for Dear Cosmos. We've managed to cross off several items since last time, and we hope to continue this momentum with more shorter-term goals, in addition to our long-term manned lunar ambitions. Munocopita is already under construction to carry our first rover to the moon. Development of the Ru-2 JSR will continue as planned, and we will be designing a new jet to counter the ATF's F-40. All ball work continues in the background towards developing a super heavy lifter for the MinSled and MunoSled programs. Thank you. Right. Need another drink. Got a mix of blue and red Powerade. I had 2 half bottles in the fridge, so I just mixed them together. Tastes good. That's it for what will make it into the highlight. I do have a little bit of additional... I have got just a couple more slides, just 2. Then we'll get to actual playing the game. I promise. But it's my autistic special interest, so I get to insert it wherever the hell I want. So we're going to talk a little bit more about guns briefly. The XM15 mentioned in slides near the beginning of this, of course, being an in-universe replacement for the M16. I chose to do that purely because I thought it would be a little funny if, our rival nation that is named after the ATF never adopted a scary black rifle and always stuck to, traditional wooden stocks. But it is, of course, based on a real gun, as mentioned at the very start of the stream, the Winchester lightweight military rifle, which is really cool. So I want to briefly talk about the real gun for a bit. I'm not going to keep saying it in full. There's no, I don't think there's an official, shortening of the name. So you'll see online, people will refer to it basically one of 3 ways if they want to shorten it. Those being WLWMR, Winchester Lightweight Military Rifle, or the Winchester LMR, or the LWMR. Any one of those combinations. Personally, I think LMR is the most sensible abbreviation. But that abbreviation is also shared with a World War I era gun, so I can see why there'd be a desire to use a different abbreviation. The World War I gun also being made by Winchester, I'm pretty sure, which is why there'd be confusion. But anyways, so I chose to make this gun weigh a little under 6.5 pounds for the Kerbal universe. The actual gun weighs just under 5 pounds, which is exceptionally light for a rifle of its size and caliber. For reference, that is lighter than the M1 carbine, which is physically smaller and shoots a less powerful cartridge. So they really cut a lot of weight out of this thing, and I don't really know why. It was developed in the mid-50s for the US Army, Basically, the U.S. Army just asked for a select fire rifle firing a 22 caliber bullet that weighed 50 to 55 grains at about 3,000 FPS, weighing no more than 6 pounds. And Winchester decided to, hold their beer and go to 5 pounds for some reason. And that contributed a fair bit to why it failed. This thing was reportedly pretty fragile. The handguards and trigger guards, especially, were prone to breaking. But it also had reliability issues and other stuff. It just wasn't great. The cartridge it's chambered in is not 5.56 as we know it. It's not 223 Remington either. It was its own thing, which was the 224 Winchester, of which there are two variants. There's the E1, which had a 43 millimeter case length, and the E2, which had a 45 millimeter case length. The overall length was the same, they just adjusted the neck on the cartridges. That way they wouldn't have to redesign the rest of the rifle for a longer cartridge. And compared to 223 Remington, it's a bit shorter overall, and the projectile is a bit more stubby. It's still 53 grains, so only 2 grains less than the 223 Remington. And it does fire faster. It's a 3,300 FPS instead of 3,200 that the 223 has. What was the parent cartridge? Still 222? I don't know. What was the parent cartridge of the 224 Remington? I don't know. Let's look that up. Let's see. All right, AI overview says his parent cartridge was 222 Remington, but I don't know how much I trust AI. Okay. According to Gunmart magazine, the parent cartridge was the 222 Remington still. However much we take their word. Never heard of them before. Yeah. So, yeah. The Winchester cartridge compared to 223 Remington is it has a higher muzzle velocity because the projectile is less aerodynamically shaped. It lost velocity at distance much faster. So that was one of the reasons the rifle wasn't pined for by the Army in favor of the Armalite. While the Armalite was heavier, it was more controllable and more accurate. So the Winchester has a pencil profile barrel with fluting, so it's very lightweight. And you can see in this picture that the stock is really thin, which I find looks very odd, but surprisingly, I can't find any references to the stock breaking. So I guess it must have been strong enough, at least that part of the gun. Other parts broke. But yeah, it's a very interesting rifle. I think it would have done really well on the commercial market, and I think they really could have made it a lot better if they just made it 6 pounds. Just beefed up the bits that were broken, that break and stuff. Now, because this presentation is made from the perspective of a Soviet Union analog, I wanted to give all the measurements in metric. And so that meant finding out what the metric equivalent of 224 is. Because obviously we have the case length given in metric measurements, but we don't have the projectile given in metric. That's in imperial, because the United States' weird about cartridge dimensions and stuff. Now, to the uninitiated, this may seem like a very simple thing. You just take 0.224 inches and convert that to millimeters, but that's not how cartridges work. When you name a when you're naming a cartridge, when a military names a cartridge, they typically don't name it based on the actual size of the projectile. They typically name it based on the bore, the barrel. So the 224 in 224 Winchester refers to the actual size of the projectile. The maximum allowed size per the specs is 0.224 inches. But for the barrel, that's different. So the when you're measuring the bore, there's two measurements you can take. There's the lands and the grooves. So the grooves is inside the rifling grooves that are cut into the barrel. So that's a slightly larger measurement. And the lands is everything that's not the grooves. That's a slightly smaller measurement. The US military uses the lands. Most Western countries use the lands. The Soviet Union uses the grooves, which is why all of the Soviet Union's 7.62 caliber military cartridges are slightly larger projectiles than all of the Western countries' 7.62 guns. But I wanted to use lands because the United States was marking the guns with the metric projectile measure, with the metric lands measurement on their guns, because they were trying to standardize with how NATO marked their guns. In a rare example of the United States giving in to NATO's demands, they actually started using metric a bit at that time. So I wanted to figure out, what would it be called? It's a slightly bigger projectile. If you look at the spec sheets, the 224 is actually per spec slightly larger diameter than 223 projectiles. So I wonder if it'll be like a 5.57 or something to differentiate them. But nope, they're not. I looked at the specs. There's a manual that you can find online on ForgottenWeapons.com for the Winchester rifle. And the bore has a land diameter of 0.219 inches, which is exactly the same as the 223s. So despite having a bigger bullet, the bore diameter is the same, which I find funny and a waste of my time that it took for me to find it. It didn't take that much time. It was a very easy to find manual, and it's very easy to read. I thought it was funny. But yeah, I think it would have been neat. It's basically like the Ruger Mini 14, but 2 decades early. I think it would have been neat. I would have loved to have been able to buy one of these. I think it looks better than the Mini 14. I still want a Mini 14. But yeah, 224 was the obvious choice to start with, according to Stoner. Yeah, it kind of was. But yeah. All right. And then there's this. I briefly mentioned the AG-52 when talking about our rifle in reference to the UCCR. And I've decided that in this universe, the AK doesn't exist. Because I want a lot of like second place prototype experimental stuff, because I think those are cool and I can do it. It's my universe. I can write stuff. So I've decided the AK doesn't exist in this universe, as well as the AR-15, because both of those are just way too good of a design to not win whatever competition they are submitted to. So they just don't exist in this world. Mikhail Kalashnikov, or Mikhail Kerman, still exists. So his influence can still exist at guns developed at Izmash, where he worked, but he doesn't get to make his own stuff. He's like a subordinate to other people. So to replace it in this timeline, I chose to do the TKB 517, which was designed by German Alexandrovich Korobov. German being his first name, not his nationality. At Tula. So AG off the bat German. But yeah, this was developed in 1952 to replace the AK, actually. It was reportedly more accurate, more controllable in full auto, and more reliable, as well as cheaper to manufacture and easier to maintain. Big part of that is because it uses a lever delay blowback mechanism, so it doesn't need a gas system. And it was never adopted because at that point, the Soviets had already invested in the AK and they didn't want to change to something else. But in a world where the AK doesn't exist, the runner-up to the AK would have won those trials. But that would have been the TKB 415. And so I decided that that gun also, can't have won the contract though, because they're both made by Tula, and I just really like the 517. I think it's cool. Lever delay is a cool system. So I decided that just nobody won the 1940s assault rifle trials for whatever reason. And I'm never going to elaborate on what that reason is because I don't care. But yeah, so we have the AG-52, fixed stock variant, and the AG-C, C for compact, 52, both entering service in 1954 because the Soviets tend to name their guns, if they do include the year, it's the year they were designed, not the year they were adopted, and there's generally a gap between those two numbers. But yeah, that's all. All right, my gun autism has been sated for now, and we can move on to actually playing the game. And I forgot to actually launch the game, so give me a moment here. I guess I can go over. I've swapped out some mods. So one of the mods that I added at the start was planetary exploration. Oh yeah. Where's the name? Where's the name of this thing? I guess I can can't find it in CCAN. I'm just gonna pull it up on my mod list on Discord. Kerbal Planetary Base Systems. Yeah, that's an old mod for the game that's been around a long time. And show Kerbal. Okay. Yeah, Planetary Base Systems is an old mod that adds like planetary bases, as the name implies. And it's nice, as nice looking parts, well modeled. They all have interiors and stuff. And I got it because it's one of the old mods I used to play with way back in the day. But it doesn't really fit the aesthetic that I've been going for with the more grounded Cold War space race stuff. So I wanted to switch to something else, and I instead got Planet-Side Exploration Technologies, which is a more recent mod that adds cylindrical planetary bases and stuff, which is a much more, fitting aesthetic. Much more grounded, less sci-fi looking. And so that'll be nice. I mean, you can use those for space stations and stuff too, because they're cylinders. And then I also got VAB Organizer Sheepdog Institute's configs. I already have VAB Organizer installed, but it wasn't sorting parts from various mods that I have. So these configs give it support for both Planetside and Tantarus. So those will be sorted now, which will be nice. And also, I think the blinding white light in the spaceplane hangar is fixed. I didn't update the mod. It's no longer blinding in there. So at least it wasn't when I last opened it. So we'll see if it's still not blinding this time. Yeah, that's the mod updates. Groove width and number also plays into what diameter bullets can be used with what bore size. Basically, how much groove is available for the oversized bullet to squeeze into. Ooh. I'm gonna have to sit through this. Oh, also, by the way, if you own The Sims 4, since I played that recently, there's a sale going on, and they just launched a new a second sale thing. So there's a summer sale for all across the EA storefront. No one uses the EA storefront. I only have it because you used to not be able to get a lot of EA games on Steam. You had to go through Origin, which was a cancerous piece of software to use, but whatever. The EA app seems to at least be better than Origin, but I just have it as a whole different. But apparently, there's there's some sales going on for stuff in Sims 4. Sims 4 stuff goes on sale very regularly though, and it's also on sale on Steam. So but they just today or yesterday, I think, they started a new sales thing that is exclusive to the EA app, where if you bundle multiple Sims 4 DLCs together, you get a bigger discount. And it's like for every additional DLC, you get a little bit more off. It's like it's 50% off for 2, 55% off for 3, so on. But I just found it funny because when it goes if you buy 2 DLCs, and then the next tier is buy 3, the next is buy 4, the next is buy 5. And at that point, you're at 65% off discount. But then in order to get the next tier up, which is 75% off discount, you have to buy 25 DLCs at once, which I just thought was funny. That there's such a huge gap between those. But I did buy some Sims 4 DLC, which is not great. I really shouldn't have done that because monetarily, financially, not a great time. But I couldn't help myself. I've been thinking about the recreation of my house that I built, and also just wanting to play the game normally as well. And I've been writing a list of things that I want to do to like change up the house recreation to make it a little bit better, and the DLCs that I got will help with that because they add things that help with that. Like one of the I got adds separate stoves and ovens. It's not just a combo unit, which is my house had them separate. They weren't a combo unit. So yeah, naughty dear indeed. But yeah, so I'm probably gonna do another, probably short, Sims 4 stream at some point. I don't know when I'm gonna do that. Probably next week though. Just to finish off the house recreation once and for all. So yeah. But yeah, never buy Sims 4 DLC at full price. It's not worth it. None of them are. I know from personal experience and from watching a review of all of them, none of them are worth full price. Like 50% off minimum should be your go-to. But yeah, I don't think the bundling and saving thing is like a temporary thing. There's no expiration date on it. Like the summer sale has an expiration date. It ends on the 9th this month. But the bundling thing doesn't have an expiration date. I think that's permanent. So that's probably just a better way to buy DLC in general, but good golly, do not buy 25 DLCs for this game, for that game. I don't think that of all the DLC for the game, I don't think 25 of them are worth having. There's a lot of bloat in the Sims 4 DLCs, and a lot of them just aren't worth it. A lot of them are broken. Like the For Rent DLC actively causes your save games to corrupt. And that DLC has been out for years, and EA hasn't fixed it. So, like, just, do your research. Don't buy all of them. Don't buy them out of sale. And maybe look into Paralives. I don't know. Paralives seems cool. I'm probably going to play Paralives at some point in the future, but probably not for a while. I'm going to wait for them to flesh out the live mode a bit more before I buy that, I think. But it looks really good so far. A nice competitor on the Lake Sim market. And with that, we can play Kerbal Space Program now. Even just having over 25 DLCs. There's over 100 DLCs for The Sims 4. Granted, they're not all the same size. The majority of those DLCs are like tiny little packs that have like a couple of things, like 25 items, and like no new gameplay objects. Or less, actually. A lot of them are less. Like there's different sizes of DLC, but yeah, it is wild. I think the only way the 25 at once deal makes any sense is if you want to buy 25 of these smallest packs, because none of those are worth the price. Even at 50% off, they're not worth the price. So, but still, probably not a wise decision. But we're not playing The Sims 4 today. That'll be next week. Maybe a little later. I don't know. But yeah. Couple time. Boop, boop. I'm gonna go to space. So, where we last left off specifically, in terms of construction stuffs, we have Fawn 1 ready to launch. Our planes are all ready to go. Okay, let's see. Let's go ahead. Fawn 1. Fawn 1 is the Fawn series are disposables. Where are you heading specifically, though? That's a bit of a downside in me not including the destination in the name. Maybe I should do like Moonfawn or Minfawn to denote where they're heading specifically. Let's go ahead and put it on the launch pad and look through our contracts to figure that out. Oh, also, speaking of the gun stuff, early on in the M16, early on in the AR-15's development, it had a 1 in 14-inch twist rate. So if every 14 inches down the barrel, the rifling made a single 360-degree rotation. And that was not enough to stabilize 223 Remington. Like, the bullets would not be properly stabilized with a 1 in 14-inch twist. And the reason that went uncorrected for so long is speculated to be because the Army tested early AR-15s using 224 Winchester because the cartridge fit and it worked. And the shorter bullet of the 224 was able to stabilize with a 1 in 14-inch twist. I don't know what the twist rate is on the Winchester lightweight military rifle. I would assume it's 1 in 14. Yeah. That's another little tidbit that might be true, might not be. I don't know. Yeah, and of course the actual M16 got a 1 in 12. Alright. Contracts. So, temperature surveys. We're not doing that with this guy. Let's see, let's have a look at our payload here. We've got a resource scanner, so that tells me where we're heading in terms of which of these contracts we're doing. So, Resource scanner. Equatorial orbit of Midness. That sounds like a probe that's not going to be used for anything, because resource scanner and equatorial orbit is useless. I think that's where we're heading. Yes. Okay. Then must we go. Throttling up. In 3, 2, 1. 222 Remington is 1 in 14. We'll probably just try to rechamber existing 222 Remington barrel blanks. Yeah, that's probably why they chose that as the starting point. Would make a good deal of sense. Ooh, not control well. I don't have the additional SAS module on this guy. I mean, I have that one, though. Still had the Sammy rifle cartridge stocks up from earlier discussion. Nice. Head over here. Point at our target. And there we go. Speed up ahead just a little bit. And 3, 2, 1. Burn. Stage. Keep an eye on our hang-ups. Oh, I forgot to... Hold on, let's, forgot I need to stage this so that the upper stage burns back up. I don't think we can control this with that. That's just an SAS block. It's not a control. We're gonna point us retrograde a little bit. Okay. And then point ourselves prograde. Oh, fuck. I am an idiot. I'm a complete and utter fool. Well, shit, we've got space debris. It's not even nice in a single clump. No, it's two separate pieces of space debris, and they're in orbit. So they're not gonna decay. Gosh darn it. Well, that's nice. We're gonna have to clean these up. Damn. Well, shit. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I can't control it with... Ah! Damn. I didn't need to do that. Come on, little bitch. Well. Oh well. That, sucks for me. Let's watch this burn up. Oh, it didn't burn. Will it explode? Yes. Well, Fawn 2 it is. Oh well. Oh well. Okay. You know what? Let's have a look at the Route 2A here. Oh. Damn it, it's back to not looking right. Damn. I swear, it looked fine earlier. Last time I launched the game, I swear this wasn't super washed out. That's annoying. I guess it's just like a chance thing. I wonder if I exit out of here and go back into it, will it fix? Or is it like every time I launch the game, it'll decide whether it wants to play nice or not? Maybe it looking correct was a one-off fluke. I don't know. Either way. Into B. We are going to be modifying this craft. Because, you know, before we had an issue where the engine pods were a big problem for us. Because if one of these engines fails, it cannot fly with the other engine because it'll just want to turn away from the firing engine and enter into a flat spin, and that's no bueno. So what we're gonna try and do is move the engines to be more in line with the center of the vessel. So we're gonna experiment with that. Let's take this off. I'm going to put it upside down. Looks a bit weird, but trust the process. Grab aerodynamics. Tilt the wing, give ourselves a big vertical stabilizer. And attach it to that part, technically, so it's a little bit more survivable. That way, if the tail itself breaks, it we don't lose this guy. Just the nice big vert stabilizer. Right up that. Scale that down just a little bit so to get rid of the Z fighting. And taking inspiration from the engine layout of the 222, the original 222, not the 222M, because those are two completely different airframes. Which has like a dual engine pod set up above the fuselage in the tail. It's a funky setup. Copying that exactly wouldn't work very well in KSP without very careful fidangling of the aerodynamics, but I want to try and, approximate some of it. So that has the horizontal fellers on the bottom. Might have to make these wider to look more proportional, make these bigger wings, but for now we'll leave them like that. We're gonna take our wheels. We're just gonna throw them away and replace them with some new ones. That will still place on the wings like so. We're gonna have to downscale the front guy. So that looks really awkward. Maybe I should just ditch it for one of these. Yeah. That all right there. And how does that line up? So that'll be a little bit nose down. Don't want. That wheel just there. Cute. Helps to have symmetry turned on. Move that up so I can face these. Doo-doo. There we go, 94% scale. Alright. Now these... having the wing the pods like that is gonna look really ugly to me. But, oh well. Is what it is. Let's now take our engine boyos. We're gonna move these to back here. I'm gonna connect them there, and I'm just gonna offset them so that way they are pointing straight forward and we don't have to worry about any weird shenanigans on that front. We're gonna take these off. That looks fine. And yeah, the tail is gonna need to be adjusted. Our center of mass is there. Center of thrust is there. It's not great. We want those to be lined up ideally completely, which means we have to kind of do this. Let's do that, and I don't know, it looks a lot better like this. And these, I think we're just gonna put them on the engine pods, honestly. Down a little bit. This whole thing off the ground. Get a look underneath. Small delta, and I'm gonna put it right on here. Okay, that moves the center of mass way far back, which is not great. We can do that to bring it further forward. But our center of lift is still way at the rear. So we're going to replace these with bigger ones. Those will be at an angle, so let's... this. And so that they're flat. And then... do. And do that. Move the fuel in the back there. Yeesh. Okay, maybe put that fuel back in, but then remove these fuel tanks? Okay, yeah, removing the fuel in those greatly improves our stability. Meowdy. Howdy dogga. Hope you're having a good one. Alright, let's get our control surfaces back. I'm good. Nice. Love to hear. That's enough. Let's see. You are gonna need control. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna want to limit you anyways. You are going to be for pitch only. You are also going to be pitch only. You are going to be yaw only. And these are still set to roll. Yep, okay. Oh, that actually brings our lift and mass right in line with where they should be. It does mean that our landing legs, though, are not where they should be. We are back heavy. Quite a bit. These landing legs are not going to work. That is unfortunate. We're going to have to... Then we could do a tail landing leg. That's always an option. Just take one of these, slap it on the back. That works, although don't want it to be that far back, actually. We want it to be more want to be closer to the center of mass. Okay. Let's save this. And let's test it. So what we're hoping for is that this thing will be able to fly, for one, and for two, that it'll be able to fly with one of its engines shut down. Ooh. Alright, the quad landing gear seems to be working, although it's a little bouncy and jittery. Get all of that set to grandparent. SAS on. Steer a little bit. Center ourselves. Okay. Thrust up. We didn't immediately start spinning when we talk of one of those, so that's a good sign. Filled up. We can still lift off with our quad landing gear. We are flying stable. Let's drop our thrust. Ooh, that's a little funky. Help us to move together. What happens if we turn off SAS? If we start nosediving? Yep. But we can counter it with pitch up quite easily. What happens if I enable gimbal? Okay, they don't automatically gimbal to help us. Alright, so SAS will have to remain on. That's fine, because as long as the engines are running, we generate electric power, so we can counteract the slightly offset thrust just fine, no problems. Alright, so far, this seems to work quite well. So now, the next big test is... Well, I guess we should get up to altitude. Now, this thing's meant to be flying at 11 kilometers, so let's get up to 11 kilometers. Whoa, what are you doing, autopilot? Chill. What the fuck are you doing? Stop nosediving. Stop that. What's my SAS shut off? Okay. It seems to be more stable now, I guess. Yeah, there we go. Now it's flattened out. Perfecto. Still climbing a little bit, but let's cut our throttle back so we're not freaking up. Alright. Seems to be working rather well. So, now, moment of truth, can it maintain flight with a dead engine? Under autopilot, it seems to be able to perform quite well. You know, it's got a little bit of trim on the thingy, but yeah, with a dead engine, she can fly straight. Neat. Alright, now what happens if I attempt to do this manually? Okay, you know what? Just SAS. No trim on the rudder. That's centered, I think. Oh wait, no, it's still actually it's still doing that. Is that just the SAS? Yeah, that's just the SAS automatically pulling it. You know, the auto trim. But yeah, she's able to fly on a dead engine. Excellent. Okay, I think we're gonna be incorporating this design then. Neato. Alright. Terminate that. So now that we know that that works, we can let's get the countermeasures and drogue chutes reconfigured so that they're actually, you know, properly set up. Just need 2 of those. There we go. So we're gonna put our drogues on top of those. Still click those. Yep. Our countermeasures. There we go. Alright, let's save that. And save edits. It's only going to take them a day to reconfigure the engines completely, which is pretty remarkable. So yeah, nice. Okay, So with those underway, let's look at our contracts here. Let's see. So Moon Capita is being sent for surface temperature fluctuations. We have a satellite in specific orbit of Kerbin that we need to do. Let's have a look at the tracking station, see what those orbits look like. I need to remind myself. Okay. Yeah, I think I took both of these. So, these are going to be fawn missions. So they're just going to go up, come back down to complete the contracts. So I guess we could start building both of those. So let's do that. My plan is to use a DR500 for those. I'm not sure exactly how much delta V I'm gonna need to get those orbits. Did I have a calculator bookmarked that tells me that information? Let's see. This is delta calculator. Surface to no orbit. At what are those? What are we looking at here for our orbit? $5.5 million. We'll just round. So 545, we'll say. Four, five. Let's see. That's 5450. Correct. Hold on. I think I'm inputting the numbers wrong in here. Let me... yeah, this calculator doesn't tell you from the ground how much delta V you need, but it can tell you from a low orbit how much delta V you need to get to a higher one. So this says 1197 meters per second from an 80-kilometer orbit around Kerbin will get me to the desired orbit around Kerbin that I'm looking for. So, good. We have that number. Let's head to the VAB and see what kind of rocket we need in order to do that. Because I think a DR500 would be overkill. So, yeah, let's just go ahead and start designing it. So we're going to start off with our probe core, which is going to be wait a minute. Something ain't right. Where? Ah, this is collapsed. Oh, I can't scroll. There. Okay, yeah. So not everything in Tantarez is sorted correctly. But you can see, like, you know, these got sorted into Kerbal transport, you know, at least. They should be man pods, but, you know. Yeah, this guy. Yeah, funky. Although, actually, you're more of a permanent one, because you're more expensive, aren't you? Yeah, it's more expensive than that guy. Which itself is more expensive than other options, but, you know, it's cheaper to not have to unlock anything else, so, you know, we're just gonna use it. Okay, you are going to be on 3. And we're gonna do command and control. We need one of these guys. Our standard go-to SAS block. This doesn't have. It's just the actions. It doesn't have the control, the assist stuff. Blinky. So we have that. What do we actually need on this contract? Specific orbit Kerbin thermometer. That one. What about the other one? Kerbin, okay, which of these is which, actually? That's a pretty big distinction. It's a shame we can't tell from there which orbit it is, but that's fine. We can just check in here. So, let's see. Specific orbit Kerbin. This one is the elliptical guy. Okay, which is not the one that we're building for currently. We are building for the non-elliptical one. This one just needs a thermometer. And it pays 75,000 plus 28. So as long as our rocket to send it there costs less than that, we profit. Okay. So, let's go ahead. Electrical. 400 should be more than enough. Let's put... much more expensive than just using other things. What is the cheapest battery have is these guys, so I mean, just one of these should be enough, methinks, but Do I want to risk it? I go for 2. One of these should. They're cheap enough. I'll just use 2. Why risk it? We won't bother with solar panels or anything like that. They're pretty cheap, actually. A solar panel and one of these would be cheaper than 2 of these, actually. So, yeah, all right. You get a single. No. Perfect. And then we're gonna have a single cheap battery. And on the opposite side, 5, 5, yep. These will balance each other out weight-wise. We don't need to transmit any data back. We don't have to actually perform an experiment. We just need to have control of it, which means we don't need an antenna. This thing has, yeah, it has data transmitter. It just can't transmit science. It's fine, because we don't need to do that. Okay, so that's everything that we actually need on this thing for the mission. So now it's just a matter of getting it to our desired destination with it. So we need to have enough delta V for that. So we're gonna go, we need at least 1,200 meters per second. So let's get to that. Engine. Cheap. And that already clears what we need by quite a bit. So can we go cheaper? Yes, we can. So that'll have enough to finish circularizing and get us all the way up to orbit. And honestly, actually, yeah, if this is right, I have greatly overestimated how much delta V it requires to get to this orbit. I've greatly overestimated how much rocket it requires. I was expecting that we were going to have to need, like, a ROG-5, extra boosters on it, but no, this is actually a really lightweight thing to be sending up, I guess. So we're only going to need a ROG-5 or ROG-5B. So let's see here. Hmm. Yeah. Oh, I wasn't even looking at vacuum. Actually, hold on. We can go cheaper. This is going to be firing in a vacuum, which means we can probably ditch that guy. Straight for this. Oh, yeah, we still have so much extra. Could we go even less than that? 150. There's no way that this is enough. But... right? No, that is enough. Huh. We could go real dainty. I mean, this engine looks really silly in this configuration. That has, like, no thrust, so I don't use that. We do have these. So, even is the thrust on this guy? 10. 19. 200 funds, 150 funds. Pitch that, the big SAS, go for a smaller one. And this guy doesn't let us target our burns, but we're not doing anything advanced fancy with this, so shouldn't be that big. That's way overkill on our Delta V, which means we can drop this. Okay, yeah, we're... Hot damn. Okay, this is gonna be so much cheaper than I was expecting. Much it's the Delta V map 3,400 to get into orbit. So yeah, that's not even including these. Oh boy. We could honestly probably ditch the side boosters even. Just send it up like this. Which is, I think... no, ROG 3 is completely different and very hideous contraption. Jeez, the ROG 3 is disgusting. We won't talk about it. The ROG 4... oh. I guess the ROG 5 was actually accounting for the upper stage as well. Huh. I kind of forgot about that. Well, you know, whatever. Okay. Hold on. How much do we weigh? 0.59. So this one would do it. This would, but it's more expensive. And is, yeah, that's... I mean, that's just... it's way more complicated than it needs to be. So, yeah, we're just gonna do a stripped down single core stage from the ROG 4. And we're gonna... yeah, we're just gonna use that. Let's get our payload fairing. Ooh, actually, we do need enough Delta V on this guy to deorbit afterwards. So... that only requires 422. So, that means 1,800 Delta V. So yeah, we could totally make that. Maybe a little bit of extra fuel, just in case. And you know, these are cheap enough tanks. We might as well. Okay. This mission is so much easier than I thought. I mean, it really helps that we don't have to actually send that much weight. Like, realistically, we only need our satellite to be a probe core, a battery, and a one of these thermometer. So yeah, I really overestimated this mission in terms of how complex I thought it would be. It is not at all. Honestly, do we even need this bit? Nope. We just use this. Alright, yeah. That is stripped way the hell down. Huh. Just double checking how our thrust to weight ratio is good. Oh, I almost forgot a decoupler. That would end very poorly. Man, this is our cheapest rocket in a hot minute. Alright. Add that to the build queue. And then I think that leaves us with... Okay, so that's 3 under construction. We can only build 3 at a time. So, all right, yeah. Here I was thinking I was gonna need a more, like, to strap an extra booster on a Rock 5. Oh, damn. I probably would need to strap an extra booster on a Rock 5 if we were sending like a manned capsule. You know, if we were sending a Stato out to that orbit, we'd probably need more lift and more, you know, more fuel on board the Stato itself. But you know, just bomb it. Ah. All right, warp to complete. All right, tracking station. Let's see. Our destinations are in the sun. Let's go ahead and launch. Third attempt to get these measurements. Oh, oops. Wrong button. Need to go to spaceplane hangar. Go to JSR. Launch. All right. Valentina and Bill. Sure. I think they've had a long enough recovery period since the incident. So yeah, let's launch. I should, this guy, steering, disabled. And these as well, disabled. That would probably help with, stability on the, runways. Alright. Ready for liftoff. Valentina and Bill. Dynamic duo back at it again. Please. One. Put your landing lights on. Why are they turning off? Weird. Alright, well. That's a minor occurrence. Very minor thingy. Yeah, the light's not working. Doesn't really affect us. Up away we go. Back our landing gear. And begin our climb. That bright glow of those engines. Go steep. Yeah, the throttle to do it. Alright, start leveling out. Approach. Whoa! Hold up. Oh. Ooh. Okay. So, sharp pitching maneuvers. It does not like. Get our cruising altitude. Engage. Disengage. Oh god. What the hell was that? MechJeb does things that I don't understand sometimes. Disengage. Nose diving. Set. Engage. Disengage. Alright, let's just manually hold it. Why? Why do you fucking do that? Stop that. Jesus. fucking gimbal just so I can recover from those dumbass fucking nosedives. Bastard. I don't like using the gimbal because this thing's like, it's not, it makes it fly a lot worse. Like, this looks silly, having the gimbal on the engines, you know? So I don't like using it, but goddamn, it forces my hand. Set. Engage. Disengage. Fucking stop that. And then every time I turn it off, it like locks out my controls for a bit. SAS gets disabled. It's still fun. I'm just gonna let it do its thing. We're high enough up. Let it pull stupid fucking cheese for a little bit. Oh. Okay. While you're coasting, come on. You have your heading hold set as well. I believe in you. Mech Jeb. Do your job. Fly at a flat altitude. Please. Why is it fighting? What are you doing? Oh, fuck this noise. I think the gimbal is actually making things worse because I can't roll properly with the gimbal enabled. Yeah, without the gimbal, it rolls way smoother. Okay. Have you calmed down, or are you just going to keep fucking? I can't time warp without engaging this safely. I can't safely time warp without engaging this, so I have to use this. But good lord, why do you keep doing that? Stop! Fly in a straight line! You've cruised in a straight line in the simulation! What is wrong with you? maybe it'll be less fucky and lower throttle. No. Why is it no? Why are you nosediving? You are set at an altitude that is higher than where you are currently. Stop nosing down. Nose up. I think it's because the thrust is offset from the center of mass and it just doesn't know what to fucking do. Which is really fucking annoying. Oh, every time I hover over this, it disengages my own control. That's the problem. That, at least with me having no control. For what it's doing, I have no idea, because it worked before. Why don't you work out? Wait, is it because I'm hovering over this? It is. I think it shuts down when I hover over. Okay. Let's climb. I'm not hovering over it. I'm letting it do its thing. Level out, please. It's like it's refusing to pitch sometimes. Here, what if I unlimit this? Then can you fly straight? It's certainly using more of the rudder. Rudder. You know what I mean. So I think that might have been part of the problem. Okay, but it's still bobbing up and down a lot, which is really unfortunate because I can't time warp while we're bobbing up and down. I have to wait for it to flatten. We have flattened, finally. Picking up a lot of speed, so we're going to throttle down. A safer speed. start to get some fluctuations at 3 times warp. Settle. Okay. So 2 times warp is the maximum this thing can do. I might have to just adjust the engines to be completely in line with the center of mass. That's really unfortunate, but it's gonna have to happen since this thing can fly in a straight line safely and reliably. Okay, we are woefully off course. I'm going to try heading hold. I'm gonna let Mech Jeb carry them. Why are we not turning? Oh, I didn't have it updated. That's why. Flying much more flat and stable now. Can we get 3 times time warp? Nope. It's annoying that this trip's taking twice as long as we would like, but oh well. I mean, it's kind of ugly, but, you know, it's kind of nice. Also, in its own weird way. What do we need to do when we get there? Is temperature survey, right? Yes. Mm-hmm. open bay. Just causing a lot of drag. But it's fine, we can power through it. Waiting for that pop-up to say we are in the zone. Come on. Give it to us. Entered. Set. Excellent. Thank. Entered log. Excellent. Alright, now then, let's go ahead and check X Science. What do we have? Yeah. Our cameras. Boop. Beep. Boop. Beep. Boop. Beep. Boop. Excellent. There's the bay. Now we can think about where we're gonna land. We're gonna aim for water. I do not trust landing on anywhere that is not a runway. And I don't have Kerbal constructs installed, so I don't have any runways that we can actually land on in friendly territory besides the ASC. So I'm just gonna bank toward the ocean and pretend we landed at a friendly airfield near the water, you know? Yeah, overall, not a terrible outing. Alright. Disengage autopilot. Let's, follow these. They can't breathe at this height outside of wet mode, though, so we're gonna have to drop her down a little. It's fine, because we're landing anyways. We just pretend we landed at an airfield in the city or something. We'll probably want to actually land in an airfield not in the city, where this is still a secret aircraft. We probably should be flying this thing at night, actually, thinking about it. We did fly over hostile territory in the broad daylight with this thing, so... They have to be having the most secret with it. Oh well. throttle. More flaps. Come in as shallow as we can. Very slowly approach the surface. I don't actually know what the stall speed for this thing is, but we haven't hit it yet. So, doing fine. Ooh, I just realized these need to be in their own thing. There we go. Lovely. A little rough on contact, but absolutely nothing broke. Lovely job. I think that was our smoothest non-runway landing we've had yet. Excellent. Let's go ahead and prep it for the next launch. Give it a refuel and tweak those engines. Okay. So, it could also be the lift not being proper. The lift is currently underneath the center of mass. That's not a good thing, I don't think. So, that could also be causing problems for us. I don't know how to fix that without sacrificing aesthetics significantly, though, so we're just not going to, I think, is the method I'm going to be using. Out, try to like make a flat bottom to this. And these guys are now at an angle, which we do not want. So we're gonna just move those there temporarily. Move these back. Mount these here. Move them back. Engines are still... tail's not low enough. Squeeze it down just a little bit more. And these goops squeezed in like so. It's just, Alright, you. Ooh, that's You know what? Don't think that's gonna go well for the table, so it might be wise to not have these be deployable at all. I want to limit their authority further. Yeah. These guys have full authority. Okay. That should be better. Yeah. Actually, we've got the lift slightly further back now. And we've got the mass. The lift also is a little bit higher up somehow. So, both good things. Is that gap? No gap there. Perfect. Hey, babe. Welcome home. Okay. And somehow this modification will require 0 time. That doesn't seem right. Also, did I forget to change this? No, I had that, yeah. Actually, before I save that simulator, let's see if it'll actually find a straight line with autopilot this time. Very important. Oh, then I have the landing lights deployed. It might not. Oh, we'll see. Nope. Can she lift herself up? Yes. Now, this line drooping down is a little weird to my eyes, but, you know, whatever. Is it? Why is it bouncy? Stop that. We're just gonna... Simulation is fine. We're just gonna center ourselves up. Oh, shit. Really need to fix this staging. We're off the ground. Okay, jump. Turn off SES. Way less nosedive. SES back on. Let's flyer up. I had the brakes on during taking off. That's probably not good. I should have put drop tanks on it to extend its fuel, and then we could have maybe have had enough to fly back. Probably not, but you know, have to test it. Okay, the autopilot seems to be having a way better time flying it now. Oh, nope, wait, I spoke too soon. Please, autopilot. Just be normal. Be sensible. Fly in a straight line. That's your one job. It's a lot less crazy, at least. Why are we dropping velocity so fast? Max throttle. What's going on? Why is our speed so low? Our thrust is dropping. Fuck. Oh, now it's going back up. I think because of the altitude, it's missed it. Let's drop down a little bit. We're over our surface ceiling by a bit, so we're just not high enough, not getting enough air. Yeah, much more thrust. Just a little bit lower. Yeah. It's freaking out again. Also, this is being normal. Just doing this parallel. Let's level out and become stable. I hate that it locks my controls when I hover over autopilot lock. If the autopilot's not on, it shouldn't be locking my controls. That's simple. it's visually pretty stable. This thing is still bobbing up and down a bunch, so I'm gonna... Let's see, is that just... Worse than... I don't know, let's try it. You know what? Actually, going 4 times time warp stabilized it. Huh. That's a first. Usually that makes everything worse. Alright, cool. Huh. Yeah, it's only... I wonder if the previous design would have stabilized completely in 4 times time warp also. Yeah, this design definitely doesn't look as cool as having the engines be slightly up. But, I think it does fly smoother. So... I think we're gonna have to stick with this. Alright. Well, let's adjust our thingies. The staging. Also get auto strut turned on. So, wet. Wet. Auto strut. Parent. Grandparent. It's apparently the best setting for wings. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. There we go. Is it? I don't understand why it's showing separate meters per second for that, but sure, pop off. Okay. Save, overwrite, save edits. Miraculously, it takes no time at all to readjust the airframe. I think because none of the parts are actually being removed or added, I'm just changing them. It doesn't take time. Changing where they are. Hi, kitty. Meow meow. Okay, so with that done, let's wait for these. Well, I mean, I guess I could put drop tanks on it. Or bombs. You could test it out as a bomber. I kind of want to build a second one instead of using a you know, using our science one for that. So let's just head into here. Okay. So... first of all, let's... deploy limit. 65. A bit more. 70. They seem different. They're set to the same number. Why is that one open more than the other one? And more so on one side than the other. Oh, that bothers me. That bothers me so. But, oh well, that's close enough. We won't really notice in flight. Don't think. Hopefully. So, can I use these as decouplers? Actually, for drop tanks, or will I have to do the drop? I'll probably have to just do the drop tanks as a separate thing. So, head and... So, couplers. These. I think these would be best for like big air-to-ground missiles or something, or cruise missiles, something of that sort. But I don't have any of those unlocked right now, and I kind of don't feel like paying for them right now. So we're just gonna leave those rails bare for the time being. I'm gonna take our science module, rip that off, and let's see, rotary bomb rack. This bit in the middle is a little unsettling, so we're just gonna grab some struts. There we go. Support the middle of those. And then for the bombs themselves... Let's see. That doesn't seem right. So with these, they like clip on. So how do you... Rail only, missiles are bombs. Yellow arrows should be pointing in the direction of release. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, so we got them oriented correctly now. How do I place these? Holding down Alt, try and get it to clip, to get it to snap. That doesn't seem to work. Do I just place them on the rails radially? That seems wrong. That feels fair. But I mean, I can't see another way to do it. 8-way symmetry. Mm-hmm. Okay. I think. I think that's good. Right? Probably. Let's get the drop tanks. Do, 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 do. Mm-hmm. These drop tanks might be a bit overkill in terms of their size, but yeah, you know. We'll see how she fares. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll try that. Although this might be a bit too far back, so maybe we should just this be rearward. Perhaps. Mm-hmm. Let's do a sim. See how she flies. Da, 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 da. Not as bouncy on the runway now. Slower to take off since we're carrying so much fuel. Oh. Wait a minute. I forgot fuel lines. So the drop tanks are not actually contributing, which is why our Delta V is terrible. So let's fix that real quick. Helps if I have this set to symmetry mode. Mm-hmm. There we go. Alright. Now let's do a sim. Way more Delta V this time. Now, yep, these are training. Mm-hmm. Ran out of runway there, but, you know, that's fine. aerodynamics are not as good with the drop tanks. That is to be expected. Now... fuel's coming down from these. Okay, all of these are draining. And these are not. Good. That is what we want. Alright, so now, I guess we need to test, so let's go ahead, open our bomb base. BD armory. Weapons, bombs, trigger is armed. How do I... How do I drop? Double click? No. Double click? No. Right click? No. Double right click? No. Left and right? No. Right and left? No. Both at the same time? Nope. How? Oh! Bomb away. And it automatically rotated away. How do I get that to happen reliably? I feel like I'm missing something. Okay, hold on. BD armory. Drop bombs. Main fire trigger key, by default this is left mouse button, spacebar. Let's hold the key down for a second. Okay, it needs some more force. Alright. Let's close these. And let's... I should probably disarm the trigger before closing those. Alright, let's drop our drop tanks. Can we do this at speed, or is it dangerous? It's safe. Alright. Now... open the bomb bays again. Rearm the trigger. Front bay seems to work, dropper seems to be working way better. That's all of them away. If we could pull some stupid G's in this thing. Nice. Alright. Terminate sim. Convert to player to hanger. Yep. Alrighty. So let's see if we can adjust the ejection force for the bomb racks. And then I think we're good on this. Open you. Alright. You. We cannot adjust the ejection force. That's a bit unfortunate. Oh well. It's good enough. Just have to make sure we're pulling up slightly when we deploy the bombs. Alright. I think this is an acceptable bomber design. We will save and begin construction. So we may test it as a bomber. Of course, this is still using the engines that we have available to us currently. We're going to be swapping these out for better engines once we get the research unlocked for them. But all right, back to rockets now. I'm sorry, Docket. I did not read your message. That's quite an old one. That's 2 ad breaks ago. That was a long time ago. I am sorry. I hope you get more sleep. That's a lot. Wow. Sorry about that. Alright, let's go. Despite being the bottom thing, it's so simple. It's going to be completed first. So you know what? Let's just bump it up. Get it finished faster. You know. Yeah. Okay. We're not going to time warp out here. We're going to go into Spacebound Hangar. And now we're going to time warp to complete. All right. Bond 3 is ready for launch. Let's send her up. Need those. All right. It's been so long since we've launched such a simple-looking rocket. All right. Well, firing away in 3, 2, 1. gradual turnover. Okay. They're separate. Yep, lined up with our node. Start our burn in just a few seconds. Ahead just a little bit. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, burn. Keep an eye on periaps. Make sure we cut off at 50. Overshot by a lot. That's fine. Alright, this time we do not have a probe core on this, so we are going to have to actually do this, and we're going to have to be very careful when we do it. We're going to set our thrust limit way down. Okay, that's good. Now we are going to point ourselves out. Bonk. And there we go. Our teeny tiny little satellite. It's now ready to get to this burn. So, we need... So we'll just, yeah, our inclination is pretty spot on as is, so let's just do that. It is pretty flat as is, so add our maneuver here. Reset that to 0. Burn out. Mhm. There we go. And we're just gonna check that this goes like so. Mhm. Oh, am I going in the right direction? I am. I should have checked that beforehand, but I am going in the correct direction. Okay, yeah, they're both going in the standard orbital direction. Good, good, good. Alright, that'll be perfect. How much delta V is that? Oh yeah, we'll have plenty to still crash ourselves back into Kerbal. No problem. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and just use it. It's gonna end up changing anyways. Whoa, you are flighty as hell. I had it set to the wrong thing. There we go. Perfect. Warp ahead. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Burn. Very dim engine. I think it should be brighter. Overshot a little bit, but I think we'll be fine. Alright. There we go. Just need 11 seconds. Oh yeah, we need plenty of extra delta V. Whee. Alright. Do-do-do-do-do. Oop. Got that a bit close. Alright. wait 10 seconds. Yep, there we go. Wait. That has an antenna. Oh, well, this thing was cheap as hell. And super easy to fly up, so yeah, we'll just do it again. No. And we can shave an extra 500 Delta V out of it if we so please. Alright. No. And away she goes. Alright. Back to the Space Center. Gotta put an antenna on her. Probably should have seen that coming. Oh well. Alright. We're not even gonna bother giving it a separate name. We're just gonna pretend it didn't have it. Alright, what is the cheapest communication device that we have? 100? Well, it seems like 100 is our cheapest. Alright. Boink. Boing. Alright, now in a vacuum, how much Delta V do we have? So 23. Oh, yeah. Yep, okay. We don't need that. Perfect. This will be Bond 3 number 2. Set that to get built. Alrighty. Actually, hold on. Wait a minute. I just realized. We can afford it. Oh, the time has come. Alright. Oh, right. It's not actually upgraded yet. We have to wait a little bit. Because that's just to begin construction of the upgrade, which will take 16 days. Okay. But we're getting close to having our moon rocket unlocked for construction. Yeah. Alrighty, let's go ahead. There's work to bleed on here. It is nah. Drag station. And it'll still that's still a long enough time that it'll be like flashing lights for at least the first night. So it's time warp ahead, like this. Right, I keep forgetting to get rid of that in between sessions. Okay. We're gonna warp to come late. Yeah, that would have been blinding, uncomfortable. So yeah. All right. Fawn 2 has an antenna on it, right? Right? Actually, hold on. Does it need? It needs to generate power too, doesn't it? So there's that one, and recurring antenna and generate power. Do you have both of those met? It has an antenna and it can generate power. Okay. Good, good, good. Let's launch it. Oh, bit of a hop. It's excited. Let's not keep it waiting. 3, 2, 1. Kaboom. Not kaboom. We don't want a kaboom. Kaboom would be very bad. You know, at some point I should probably do something about the poor controllability levels. It's like these lighter cables that cause control problems. The mass of the stop is enough. Or actually, maybe I'm misremembering and I have these same problems with the stop. I don't fucking know. Make me work with things. Maybe I should just get better fins on these. Maybe that's the problem. Sounds pointed in the right direction. Three, 2, 1. Now, this guy is heading to Minmus, correct? Specific orbit of Minmus. Survey scanner. Yep. Okay. So, set you as our target. Let's focus view. Let's see that orbit, what direction we need to be heading in. Yep, that way. Pretty equatorial. Alright. Let's go ahead and get ourselves an encounter plotted. Actually, hold on. We need to get our inclination matching. Wrong way. Mm. 6 degrees. Perfect. Nope. What's that? Keep that open just so I can keep an eye on the electric charge. Make sure I'm not running her down. All right. Alright. This is a 7-second burn. So let's drop this down, get a bit more precise. Yeah, there we go. Hi, waifu. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good one. I guess I could have made Fawn 3 even cheaper if I used the Sputnik probe. I forgot about that one. That's what we're using on this guy. Just a little bit over, but that's fine. Alright, good enough. Now let's get ourselves an encounter. That's our minimum thrust. Get to the encounter. Mm-hmm. Do, 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 do. Let's just set that to 0. Get the basic encounter set up, and then we'll do a correction burn when we're in a more optimal spot to do it. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's a minute-long burn, so we're going to raise our thrust back up. 32, that's... get a little bit shorter. A little bit shorter. How much is it? That's what. That's good. That's fine. Okay. 5 more. And cancel time warp. 3, 2, 1, burn. Ten is 0XA in hex. 10 stream strength. Friend incoming. Friend. Wait. What just happened? I overshot. In the split second. Whoa, that's crazy. Okay. We have, yeah, I might have fine-tuned this a little bit, this encounter a bit too much. Right. Alright, now we do this.
А ну, чики-брики в дамке!
Emerald, the friend. Hello. Thank you for the raid, M. Facepalm. I am Matilda. I am a deer. Welcome in. We are sending stuff to space. What were you up to? I hope you had a wonderful stream. Emerald, hello. Hi, hi. Spew. Perfect. Him was good people. He's a ghost. Nice. Spooky. Solar panel facing. I am currently trying to get a super cheap satellite into this orbit for all of 10 seconds before I destroy it. For money. Space be going? It's going good. We had a little bit of an issue with the autopilot not working for a plane we were working on earlier. But I think that issue was mostly resolved with a little bit of tweaking to the design, so should be fine now. Also has this great emote. That is a very good emote, I must say. Little creature. Going yum. Okay. 0.5 seconds. Actually, that's a... Jeez, that's a... 2 seconds. Okay. This is gonna... I'm gonna burn it a fraction of throttle. Because that is quite a small burn. Alright, let's just... Now... I mean, this doesn't have to be super precise in terms of timing, but it does have to be precise in terms of getting that to line up. Back up. Whoa! Ooh. Ah. Shit. I could have sworn I had enough Delta V for this. Are all those your landers? Yep. Landers and rovers. Yeah, we don't have enough Delta V for this mission. Shit. Could have sworn I had enough. Okay, let's just figure out how much more we need. And then we can worry about stuff. So let's get this there. Oop. There. Okay, so that would require, let's just say 200 more Delta V. I love KSP, but rarely play anymore. Is vanilla, or do you have some mods? I have over 100 mods. The standard visual mods, and in terms of gameplay, I'm playing with Unkerbal Start for the tech tree, and I don't think I have any other major gameplay affecting mods. And then I have some parts mods, the most prominent of which is Tantarez for all the Soviet parts. But those are the big ones. Okay. So, since we can't actually complete this mission, and I don't want to create space debris, what we're instead going to do is we are going to plot a... We're going to plot a course to collide with the surface of Minmus, so that we don't leave debris in orbit of anything. Because, if we could just send it on an escape trajectory, but I don't want to leave debris in our, orbit around the sun, so. Cute. Have throttle, point to node, and we're just going to start barely burning. There we go. She is now set to explode a bit more prematurely than I initially hoped. Oh, well. Back to the Space Center. Let's add some extra Delta V. I guess I had enough Delta V before when we didn't have the resource scanner, but the resource scanner adds a bunch of weight, which is the problem. Is that yeah. Okay. So we need 200 more Delta V on this stage. But then we're going to need more because we need to deorbit. I forgot to count how much for that. So let's say 250. 250. Be safe. Or... Actually... How much Delta do you need to deorbit from Minmus? Not much. Minmus is small. Let's just do 100. Play it safe. Okay. Let's see. I... Doot. 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 2, 2. I forgot to actually 2. And... Okay, so that would be 600. That's way more than we need. 150. Oh, gee. Okay, but that's probably the cheapest way to do it, though. Is to just use one of these. Huh. No, we could add one of these feathers. Yeah, that's cheaper. 15, 60. Alright, that's 200. And that's more than 200, so... Yeah, okay. Edit fairing. Cool. And we will save and begin construction of that. And we're not going to bother renaming it because the previous attempt is going to crash into the surface before this one's ready to launch, so there's no need to differentiate them. Okay. That leaves Munokopita as our next launch. Time warped when that's ready. Oh, I guess this is another gameplay significant mod. This is Kerbal construction time, which adds wait times between doing things. So you can't just launch all your missions back to back. It adds a bit more weight to each launch. I'm also just limiting myself. I'm not allowing myself to revert and load quick saves and stuff unless there's a glitch or some other thing goes horribly wrong that is not my fault. But if I fuck up, then I'm not allowed to revert my save. Yeah. Okay. We are ready to launch Munokopita, which is our moon rover. That sounds very nerve-wracking. Yeah,
good hunting.
It's good for narrative. Thank you for the follow, Em. It's it's good for a narrative. Good for putting some weight on each launch. I have already killed Jebediah Kerman. May he rest in peace. He's never coming back. I have Kerbal respawning turn off, so I have to be careful. I have to do unmanned test launches and stuff to make sure that stuff is safe. When I don't do enough safety stuff, I have to suffer. But yeah. It's been fun, though. I've been enjoying the extra the extra challenge. I think it's more engaging this way. When I played the game back in 2016, 2018, one of those 2 years is when I last played the game before I started this session. This playthrough. I never touched the career mode, and I always played sandbox with immortal Kerbals and all that stuff. I feel like it's a lot more fun with the extra challenge. Alright. Ready to launch in 3, 2, 1. Yeah, I think I'm gonna replace the engines on our smaller lift vehicle to ones that aren't as loud, just so I can raise the volume up and actually hear this thing and all the other engines rumbling. Alright. Start turning. Good night, y'all. Have a good night, waifu. I hope you enjoyed your stay. Have fun. Nice show. Have a good sleep. Do you like the pulsing light in these engines? Alright, engine cutoff approaching. Second stage away. Alright. The second stage is also our transfer stage, so we're not going to worry about ditching it inside the atmosphere. Get ourselves a nice, even orbit. Perfect. And eject that cover. See our moon rover. Our first rover for the moon. We've already sent a couple rovers to Minmus, some more successful than others. But we've ironed out the kinks with the launch vehicle and the rover itself. And this should go nice and smooth. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, burn. Now, this is a minute-long burn. It's a little unfortunate, but let it do its thing. It is propelling a lot of weight with all that fuel on board. Yeah, this is our DR500, which is modeled after the UR500. Although this one is we only have 4 engines on the first stage instead of 6. We didn't need the extra thrust. Since rockets are a lot more powerful in Kerbal Space Program than they are in reality. You're able to cut back a bit when you're playing with the default scale solar system. Approaching cutoff. Okay, our apoapsis got pushed out a bunch. I'm not sure why that happened. It was showing in the prediction 88. Oh, actually, I might have misread that. Maybe it didn't. I don't know. That could have been me. Regardless, so inclination, pretty small. Alright, let's set the moon as our target. And try to hit it. Well, not hit it, but, you know. There we go. Doot, doot. Alright. And we need to land here. So let's put her into a proper orbit so we can choose our landing site. Because I don't know exactly where that's going to be located in the future. I mean, I could turn on trajectories and use that to figure out the spot, but get ourselves nice and low. Mm-hmm. We've got plenty of delta V in our stages. Let's just go for a proper orbit. Yeah. Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. We'll have plenty. Okay. And to our maneuver node. Wait a minute. Did I? No. Okay, it's just it's because we're in a different position in orbit. I was like, I thought I had dragged the radial instead of the prograde. Or not radial, the normal. But no, it's just because we're not lined up in our orbit yet. Yep, there it goes. See in the light the rover better. Alrighty. Preparing to burn. Let's time warp ahead just a little bit more. Okay. Don't time warp too much. 3, 2, 1, burn. There we go. Now let's doot doot. Actually, yeah, get a lower orbit. Mm. Get ourselves lined up. Hello, dear person. Hello. Aliana the Starbard. Come in. I hope you're having a wonderful time. I am dear. How are you, and what are your pronouns? I'm doing good. My pronouns are she, her. Thank you. I am here from Guns Tag. Ah, yes. I do like my guns here. I was talking about them at the start of the stream. You doing? Nice. Yeah. We talked a bit about the Winchester lightweight military rifle from the late 1950s. I try to shoehorn obscure firearms discussion into whatever I can, and I managed to squeeze it into a Kerbal Space Program thing. It's the in-universe weapon of choice for one of the actions.
Good hunting!
So to speak. For my playthrough here. I'm doing just like a little space race thing, playing as like a Soviet analog. And I thought it'd be fun if we canonically had some prototype weapons that didn't get the limelight instead of the actual guns that did. May get my first ever gun soon. Oh, nice! Budget will be $2,500. That's a big budget for a first gun. Get yourself something nice with that. Or some things. Certainly have plenty for ammo and accessories in that budget. Make it 4 guns. Nice. You certainly could. And I wish I had $2,500 just to blow on guns right now. Wee. Why am I just sitting here? Timer. I'd be waiting 6 hours for this burn. I was just sitting here. I saw 4 for sale, totaling 2,220 each, including the proprietary cartridges and instructions on how to make more of them. I want to maybe save up for one expensive one that's actually not a piece of shit. Yes, I am lucky. The taxpayer will pay for my arms. You're like a police department or something. They give you a budget for how much you're able to use or something. And you can tax money some other way. My gun license and my ammunition. Nah, I'd never be a cop. Understandable. Alright, got another hour. Because that was just it just stopped at the time warp because of the sphere of influence change. There we go. Rolling up on the actual burn now. I should probably... So let's make things more precise. Let's shut down 2 of the engines. There we go. 14-second burn instead of 7-second burn. Yeah, I think when I bought my most recent acquisition was a Keltec P32 for concealed carry. And I think I got the gun for like I think I've spent more on accessories and ammunition now than I have on the gun itself. You know, the P-32 is a cheap gun. Yeah, it's less than $300. I've definitely spent more than $300 on ammo and accessories. Approaching burn. Map screen. Can't legally conceal carry ammunition. Oh, that sucks. Yep, you're in orbit. So now we just need to land somewhere over here. I mean, we are a rover, so we don't have to actually land on here. The closer we land to it, the easier things will be. So we might as well try. For this, though, we are going to turn on trajectories. That looks good. Everybody does it anyway except me. I obey the law. I feel that. Yeah. I don't have a concealed carry permit yet. Because that's going to cost me like $200. And I don't have the money for that right now, unfortunately. So I can't carry the gun that I bought to carry yet. I really should have looked into that in advance and like gotten that taken care of a while ago, but I procrastinated on it. I need to be able to, yeah. Oregon sucks like that. I mean, at least I can, you know. But you know, I do think that, you know, it's kind of bullshit. But you know, just carry anyways. Yes, I could. Like, no one's gonna know. But I don't wanna. I don't want to be a bad apple. Also, I kind of need to get another holster. The holster that I got works great, but it's not the most comfortable long term. So yeah, I have a small waist, and the holster I got is pretty narrow, and inside the waistband there's just not enough like padding around the holster, so like it creates a pressure point. So I need to like either find something I can stuff either side of the holster to like even out the pressure, or I need to just get a different holster. Or I just need to like fiddle around with it and like get used to it. I don't know. I've worn the holster empty, just in my waistband with no gun in it to work once so far, and it was all right. I kind of could just like ignore it for the most part. But, you know, it'd be nice to not have to ignore it. So I'm thinking I might get a pocket holster to fit in my work apron. Because that would be more comfortable. But, you know, that takes some time as well. Yeah. To answer, what's a P-32? It is a very tiny concealed carry pistol. It is the smallest, lightest center fire handgun still in current production. It's chambered in 32 ACP. It's got a 2 3/4 inch long barrel, I think. It's a very tiny thing. But you know, it's very light. It has very little recoil, despite how small and light it is. It's, you know, they're reportedly very pleasant to shoot. And yeah. So I've wanted a P-32 for a long while because I like cute tiny little guns. I like 32 ACP as a cartridge. I think is a very underrated caliber for personal protection. You know, it worked for 200 years as the go-to, or not 200 years, 100 years as the go-to, almost 100 years as the go-to self-defense. Oh, actually, like, like... Okay, more like 50 years. I really remembered my dates on things. It was the go-to for like 50 years. Yeah. Yeah. Pocket holster, that's the thing. Yes. So just throwing a gun in a pocket, ill-advisable, because your draw would be inconsistent because the gun moves around in your pocket. And also, you don't want the trigger to snag on anything, so you want to cover the trigger. So a pocket holster holds the gun in a consistent location inside your pocket so that your draw is consistent and quick, and it protects the trigger so that nothing can pull it. There's like there are different levels of pocket holster. Some of them just cover the trigger and nothing else. I'm not going to get one of those. I'm going to get one that actually like holds the gun securely in a specific spot so that my draw can be consistent and that doesn't come out of your pocket with the gun. Yeah. My goal is to become a firearms trader. I hope I have 4 pinfire handguns for 2220. I'll wait many months, craft many empty but primed cartridge casings, then resell them to friends for more. Nice. I know anything about calibers. I just know that gun go boom at 32 caliber revolvers can hold up to 7 shots. All I know is the pinfire guns I will get will be chambered in 7mm pinfire. Pinfire is cool. Acquire a pocket holster for when I legally carry on Kingsland then. Yeah. A pocket holster is definitely better than nothing. I went for an inside the waistband holster because it's more secure. It's easier to like hide in terms of like printing. At least with my outfits, I wear very tight-fitting pants, and so an inside waistband holster is easier for me to hide than a pocket holster. So whatever pocket holster I get, I'll have to be one that has like shaping to it to hide the shape of the gun. Yeah. Fire's ancient metallic cartridge, 1830. Yep, they got the little pin. Am I thinking of the right thing? Pinfire? Hold on, let me just double check that I'm thinking of the right thing. Pinfire. Is it the one that... Yes, it's the one that has the little stick coming out the side of it. Yeah. Cute little things. No holster for the guns I will get. Yeah, it's... Yeah, I don't think anyone would make a holster for pinfire guns. You know, back in those days, if you wanted to conceal carry a gun, you would literally just shove it in your pocket. Pockets were big back then, too. Let me show you the gun I really want. Not the pinfires, but the stub nose. 1889 Colt. Let me look that up. Whoop. Ah, nice. Let's see. Yeah. Can't go wrong. Those old Colts up until like, you know, the 1930s, you know, when they had just the unprotected ejector rods and stuff, you know, there's this, and the small grips, so sexy. Love those things. I'd love to have an old Smith & Wesson from that, or old Colt from that time period. Smith & Wessons would be cheaper. They generally go for less in the US. There's more Colt collectors than there are Smith & Wesson collectors. And those guns from that time period looked fantastic. In my nation, those old Colts are all 41 long Colts. 38 long is illegal in anti-guns. You can rechamber them for 38 special. Makes sense. You said 38 long is illegal, but 38 special is legal? Man, that's... You got some wild, specific cartridge restrictions over there. Cute avatar, by the way. Thank you. I made this myself using a Flash program called Kaisuke 2. It's like a little paper doll thing. I'm not a very good artist, but I can move sliders around and adjust numbers to position things. Although I do pixel art. I showed off a pixel art drawing of the Winchester lightweight military rifle I did earlier. We're gonna... Let's actually... this. Ooh, let's get landing info up. That's mission critical information I always keep forgetting to have visible for myself. Be safe. My worry is I will be conscripted by non-state actors, unwilling partisan, if you will. Oof. What's that? I try to stay uninvolved with such crowds. Even if I don't like the way things are going presently. I don't like personally. Burn. Map view so I can see. Cut. Okay. Now, I turn trajectories off. Okay. Yeah, we're just gonna point retrograde. We'll have plenty of thrust to weight ratio. You land sideways? Yeah, so you have to come in at a I like to come in at a sideways angle and then kill velocity above where I want to land and then just fall straight down. I have plenty of fuel to spare, so I can afford to do that. You know, it's less fuel efficient to do it this way. It's just it's a lot easier. So, yeah. And this thing has way more fuel in it than I've needed out of it so far. I could probably use a smaller fuel tank on this stage, honestly. But it looks cooler with the full-length fuel tank. And that matters more to me. We're gonna warp here. This. Add maneuver. Should have started this there. Burn pretty soon. And Kerbal. I will get custom inside waistband holster made for the revolver and never use it. So that's legal, and I am good girl. Just for funsies. Owning inside waistband holster is not illegal, but using it is. Yeah. You can always have fun around the house. Alright. We have killed our velocity. Let's ditch that guy. And switch to our lander stage proper. So that will now just crash into the surface of the moon, so we don't have to worry about it anymore. And let's switch to regular stability mode. maneuver nodes. We're going straight down. All right. Deploy the landing gear. And get ready. All right, suicide burn countdown is up and going. I have it. I can carry inside house without housemates, landlord, and landlady getting mad. How will you escape the moon? This is just an unmanned rover, so we don't need to come back with it. Oh, there's the Moon Arch. Oh, we should drive over to that. Say hi. I've never actually seen that in game before. Neat. Yeah, we'll have to drive over to that. All right, approaching our burn. Beginning. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Burn. Oh, lag spike. It's the fuel tank hitting the ground. I notice we're not actually pointing at the retrograde marker. I'm not sure, but I mean, it's close enough. It's fine. Coming down. Stable. Slowly. Oh. Hit a little rougher than anticipated, but that's fine. Turn the brakes on so our wheels stop spinning and deploy the ramp. And there we go. Landing info. Don't need that. Ready. Decouple the rover. Start scanning. And let's roll off. Did I remember to set these to... Okay, yep, I did. Good. Front wheel drive, front wheel steering only. Maximum stability. Oh, it actually tips down. Yeah. We've only driven this guy on Minmus so far, so it's gonna behave a little bit different here on the moon. Alright. Lovely. Let's get a nice screenshot of it just off the lander, shall we? I meet scary people in forest. I must befriend them. Forest dwellers. Friends are nice. Oh, and also deploy the solar array. The main one, at least. F2, F12. Screenshot taken. Alright. Now then. Oh, I forgot to set my controls so that SAS and rover wheels are not bound to the same buttons. It's fine. It'll probably be fine. Probably. Yeah. Sure. Okay. So. There's the Moon Arch. Where is... Alright, so our readings are down there. I guess we should get these first. But let's go ahead and run our full science suite. It's like these ones, though. Meteoroid detector. Not gonna get anything out of that one. Laser reflector. We're definitely getting stuff out of that. Transmit it back. Infrared light camera. Transmit that back. Ultraviolet. Transmit back. Visible light. Transmit back. Ion trap. Transmit that back. an ion trap in the east crater. That. That. Radio meter, yep. Transmit that back. That one's a big one. Allow partial. Oh, it just barely, with the enlarged battery packs, managed to get that out without needing to interrupt the signal. Excellent. Okay. With that out of the way, let's drive over to Munhart 5. Oh, actually, hold on. Let's quick save, because driving Rovers is very buggy. And so if the game glitches out, I want to be able to revert to the save, because it's not my fault. Things go bad. Let's use I key. Bound to IJKL for rover wheel control without rotating the craft. I need to remove the rover wheel control from the buttons that rotate the craft, though. Alright. Our little feller. We have a lamp. See in front of us. Get start. But we landed in the sunlight, so let's move there. We are going to have to drive 3.4 kilometers. Quite a distance. More friction on the moon's surface than there is on Endless, it seems. You slow down faster. We don't want to hit above 9 meters per second. That's our speed limit. Just going to tap the accelerator. Keep ourselves at that limit. We're rolling slightly downhill. It's the gravity, not the friction. It's the... Okay. Slightly tap. Reverse. Slow down a little bit. Yeah. As long as we're below 10, it's fine. We should handle better with the increased gravity. We'll have more control. We'll pop off the ground less light often, you know. How's the panel doing? Good, good. Mm-hmm. Have reliability issues with the main array before, which is why we have these little auxiliary panels. Mm-hmm. Oh, we've gone above 10. This downhill slope is making us speed up. Slow down a little. Not gonna hit the brakes. I'm just gonna hit the decelerate, the reverse. Actually, which is somehow better, I think. Oh, we're still speeding up though. Actually, let me just tap, tap, tap. There we go. Halfway there. Mm-hmm. Do I dare time warp? It's not giving me ground time warp, it's giving me space time warp. That's dangerous. I don't want that. Yeah, I'm not sure why it's doing that. I don't want 5 times time warp, I just want like 2. Oh well, I'll just drive it normal speed then. Anymore. Less than a kilometer away now. Oop. I tapped brakes for too long there. It's fine. That would have caused us to completely flip over on Minmus. Moon is a lot easier to work on. I'm probably going to end up doing a Moon base instead of a Minmus base. Just because it's easier to get around on here. We should drop the brakes, though. There she is. Ahead and pose for a photo. Do we even have reverse? We do. And turn with the reaction wheel. New screenshots taken. Now then. Because now we need to actually head towards this. So activate navigation. That is due south of us. Which is located... which direction? That is... Okay. Oh, turn the brakes off. That helps. Ta-da. Let's grab this. We can log our temperature once we get into the temperature fluctuation zone. So I don't know exactly how far away it will be, but it's going to be less than that previous drive. I know that for a fact. You know what, actually, I think we're fine coasting at these speeds. On Minmus, this speed is very dangerous, but I think on the moon, we might be safe. There's enough gravity, we're not going to go flying off from a very slight inclination change. I think. And I hope. Getting real close. Should, you are a rover, not a probe. There you go. You should be right on it. Oh, there we go. Boop, boop. Alright, next location. Turn us. Whoa! Oh, fuck! Okay. High-speed turning? Terrible idea. Oh, we lost some of our science! No! Damn it. Those are... we hadn't run the laser experiment in more biomes yet. Damn. We're gonna have to send another one of these to do that experiment elsewhere then. That's unfortunate. Well. We learned. That's what happens when I don't heed my speed limits. That was my fault, I think. Apparently, I mean... yeah, no, that was definitely my fault, because that was a sudden turn. Yeah. At high speed, which is... yeah. I'm gonna have to turn a little bit more north. Very gentle with these turns. Gentle turns. Okay, we're definitely going the wrong direction. Gentle. Nope. It's fine. Low speed. It's fine. Okay, what direction are we pointing now? Reorientate. Because I don't know how to read this compass. Okay, we drive straight up. Mm-hmm. Entering. Log data. Next location. Skirt. Hmm. Is the probe core for this thing, like, orientated sideways? Something? It built it right. Because the wheels are a part of the probe core. Just... Wait, no. No, hold on. Okay, wait, no. Okay. This line goes to the south, even though it says north. And this is showing us which direction we're currently heading. The point. Yeah. We are heading east. Which is what we need to be doing. I should make another quick save, actually. Because the damage that we received was my fault, so if I take catastrophic damage as a result of a bug that isn't my fault, I don't want to revert the damage that was my fault, you know? So, be fair. Quick save there. Driving along. Staying at 9 meters per second. Oh. Hello? Hmm. Oh. Huh. Okay. We won't worry about that. Weepy weepy. No worries. If you need to head on out, feel free. Thank you for tuning in regardless. I hope you enjoyed your stay. Y'all? I just realized we lost one of our batteries too. That's not great. I'm so excited to get gun. I do understand that excitement. Closer now. Speed up a little bit. Twitch died? Didn't catch what she said? No, I understand that excitement. Let me start my browser. Oof. I think it's pretty safe to say we're on course. Just be patient and wait for little you are entering the zone indicator to pop up. Boink. Tiny little hop. There we go. Hey. Alright, next one. I'm gonna do a slight turn. And we're gonna keep driving. Another slight jump there, maybe. Shouldn't be too bad. We've got... We can get all of these for this contract done manually. I'll let myself... I'll consider myself having passed my moon driving test, and I'll let myself use Vessel Mover to transport more safely to the Moon Arch. Let's recalibrate the brakes while we're rolling. $25 at the front, 50 here, 75 back. I think that's probably a lot more smooth. They stop. Oh, pulled up on one side a bit there. Careful. We're at that critical speed. We need to be very careful with our turns now. Get this. I can't own assembled cartridges, but I can own the primers, cartridge casing powder, and lead and reloading tools. Good old silly stuff. I thought about getting into reloading, but not. Yeah, I think it would be more expensive to do the reloading. The way, the last I checked, it was more expensive to reload your own ammo than it was to just buy cheap ammo in the US. Although I last looked at that like a year or two ago, so I don't know. Maybe the reloading market has recovered. There was like a big collapse in the reloading market a few years ago, where like the individual materials became hard to acquire in the US. Like, so there's just like a shortage from the suppliers and stuff. So I wonder if the reloading market has recovered. Probably to some degree. I can't imagine it's still cheaper to buy new ammo than to reload, at the very least. But I don't know how much cheaper it is to reload. Like, boop. Looking at the source. Yay! Alright. That contract completed. Let's head to the Moon Arch. Oh, we're going dangerously fast. Just tap those brakes. Alright, now where is the Moon Arch? I'm not sure. It might not be loaded in at this distance. I don't think so. Let me move us back to where we were. And then we can figure that out. So let's shoot. Alright, so now we're gonna pretend that we've driven back to our starting location. And I'll time warp ahead to simulate the passage of the time from this. Just can't be bothered. It takes forever to do this normally. Oh. Reloading sounds easy enough. Powder nail complex, homemade primers with custom priming compound paste. Used hand loading tool. Fire holding brass from cheapest price possible. Can't do that sadly without a license. Only own gun without license. Yeah. I don't think it's that easy with modern firearms. I'm sure that might work for older. I know that like you can like actually no how no primers are really hard to make. I know that. Making your own primers is difficult. I don't know if making your own pinfire primers are different. I don't know how easy it would be to make those. But I know modern primers are really hard. Junk ammo probably wouldn't work for modern guns, yeah. Okay, so we are here now. We could see the Moon Arch from here. Yep, there it is. Priming compound is easy to make. Some shit. Yeah. The ground does not exist here. It's really all fake terrain. Hold on. What happens if I place my vessel here? Why does that just drop? It's supposed to gently lower us. But at least the ground is solid. Okay, now... Alright, Puzzle Mover's working properly again. I don't like how fast we were seeming to fall there. Alright, here we are. Come on, Arch. Is it a separate biome once we actually get to the arch itself? I wonder. Let's go ahead and just run all these. Oh, right, I forgot that one is a big one, so we're gonna run out of power here. And it's gonna... keep pulsing through as it keeps trying to send. It's gonna do this for a while. Yeah, don't... it doesn't sound pretty, don't worry. We'll get this signal through. Oh, jeez. %63%. Hey, it finished. Oh, thank goodness. Right, let's recharge our batteries. This is not broken, right? Oh, it's broken. Okay, so we're just using the auxiliary panel now. Yeah, it must have broken when we flipped over. That explains why it's taking so long for us to recharge. Okay. One Arch. Are you your own biome or experiment? I don't think so. Nope, it's not. Okay. I get display window. Yes. Let's get ourselves in a spot where we can take an in-game photo. Tip up on our suspension. That photo. How'd that come out? Let me check the game files real quick. The screenshots folder. How does this look? Ooh. Mysterious. Yeah, like that. Okay. You're super quiet, by the way. Am I? Hello, hello. I am a deer. I'm coming up at my normal volume output markings in OBS. Do you think it's feasible to wear pants over a holster? Not inside waistband holster, but outside waistband, simply under the pants? Depending on the holster, you can get away with doing that. If it's like a full-size, like, flap cover holster, maybe not, unless you're like a really large framed person, or you have like a really baggy jacket over it. But like a more slimmed down outside waistband holster, you could potentially even weave the belt through it around it. You're super quiet. Can't really hear you. Really? That is odd. Is the music from the game quiet too? Is game music? Yes. It is quieter than me. Which is part of why I asked. That would be really weird if the game music was normal volume and I wasn't. That would mean something would be really wrong on my end. Everything's quiet. Are other streams quiet? Like if you like pulled up a random other stream, is it super quiet too? Or am I the only one that's quiet? Not just yours, really? The volume's not set low? That's odd. Oh. Oh, my left arm has been claimed by the kitty. She is sat. Thankfully, my arm is in position where it is usable still. Oh, wrong thing. Much better, Nyan. My beautiful kitty Sahara is such a sweet little bean. Okay, can't really type a name for that second photo, but I mean, it's pretty obvious what the contents of that photo are, so... Oh, she's getting up. You stretch. Oh. Walk away. Okay. Alright, let's, toggle display window off. Okay. So, I think we're gonna park this goober here. Let's get parking brake on. Alright. Yeah, we'll leave that there as to monitor the arch. I'm not sure where we're gonna put our moon base. I was thinking the poles, because realistically that's where moon bases go. That would also be more difficult to reach regularly. I don't know, I kind of like this crater, and the moon arch is pretty cool. And it's right along the equator, which would make it very easy to get to. But, I don't know. That's something to figure out in the long-term future. We're not there yet. We need to land Kerbals on the moon first before we think about sending moon bases. Alright. So, I think, gonna be... I think that might be it for tonight. Yeah, I'll have to watch back over the VOD and see how the audio compares to other things. Hopefully... Because that would be really odd, I don't know. Alright, for now, though... Little screenshot of it looking at the arch. Alright. Yeah. For now, I think that's gonna be it, because it's getting late. I have work tomorrow, and I need to eat dinner, because I haven't yet. So, let's find someone to raid. Let's see. Raid message. Like that. Boop, boop. There we go. Okay. Who are we gonna raid? Let's have a look. Ooh, Belf is live playing Baldur's Gate. We don't get to raid Belf very often. Let's go ahead and head on over there, shall we? Alright, so thank you all again, everyone, for tuning in. I will return with more Kerbal Space Program next week. Before that happens, though, we're going to be playing Baldur's Gate 3, me and the boyfriend Shade, this Sunday. And then either Monday or Wednesday or Thursday will be, on those 3 days. One of those days will be Sims 4. One of those days will be Kerbal. We'll see how I feel. But, yeah. So that is the plan. So, thank you all for tuning in. I will see you all on Sunday. Bye-bye. Good night. Bye-bye-bye. Bye-bye. Good night. Bye-bye-bye. Bye-bye. Good night. Bye-bye. Bye. Good night. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.